Hello, I am Chris from Airwindows, and just checking in a little bit this week. It is Wednesday check-in day, and so I thought something that I could do is a little coding over the internet until it's like 5 or so when I'll go and have dinner. And a couple of diversions for today, in that the stove cam is actually me sitting over here cam, and that's because I don't get to use my stove today because the chimney sweep is coming, and I've been all kinds of busy dealing with various stuff around stove-related things, honestly. On the one hand, making sure that the stove is not is cooled down by the time the chimney sweep gets to it tomorrow. I also am happy to say that I have a load of firewood coming in, and that was something that was worrying me a lot because I felt like I was running out, and the winter is not over yet, so that was worrying. But it looks like I'm going to be able to get another quart of firewood sort of just dumped on top of all the snow that's already there. It's okay, because if the firewood has been kiln dried, which is the kind that I get, then even if it gets wet, it'll dry out faster. It's quite striking how well that works. Downside is I have to shovel out the berms of like snow and ice, or the truck won't be able to get in. And I've seen that cause problems before. Sometimes it gets real scary, like if the truck's driving up onto tall, sloping ice things, and it suddenly swerves or swings, you could have a giant firewood dump truck toppling over into your house. Craziness. So I have to work real hard at chopping away all of the ice and snow, which I'm trying to do before the town sends in the giant diesel-powered snow muncher. Hey, Jonathan. I hope you saw the answer to the question you had on the Surge XT Discord. You were trying to find an answer for why it was doing a certain thing, and the answer is because 2Vinyl has a built-in high pass, and that's what was doing that thing. But yeah, I am trying to dig my way out of extremely heavy snow, so much that I have to use a garden spade to chop through it. So it's all very dicey. But I can but try. Doing my level best with it. I would believe that it would work with infrasonic, yeah. Hey, Guido. And if I can get the snow and ice carved, it's like living in Alaska, honestly. If I can get the snow and ice carved away to the point where a bunch of it is moved out onto the sidewalk area, the town is going to be going through and sending a giant diesel-powered snow muncher, which is like a giant snowblower, but up a sort of, it's like a giant snowblower combined with one of those enormous like German mining devices, and it will dump snow into a series of literal dump trucks that line up to be fed by this thing, and then they carry away the snow to dump somewhere. So up here in Vermont, we literally have to have special snow removal stuff to function at all. And that's where we're at right now, is there is so much densely packed and frozen snow on my street that it's a narrow street that you can't actually get through. And yeah, so I've been getting as much snow from my driveway by hand using a garden spade into the sidewalk area, because that's the stuff that's going to be taken away. And if it's not taken away, you can't deal with it. They're like, where do you put the snow? It's already up to about my shoulders in some of the drifts. And again, I have to do it all by hand. I've been handling it pretty well in terms of not hurting myself, because that's the thing. A couple of things I have to be cautious of. One of them is shuffling so roughly that I'll take myself out by stressing myself so hard that I just keel over. Because if you don't pay attention to your snow shoveling and you're getting older, that's a time that people can just collapse, But then the other thing to be aware of is with this spade that I've got, a little garden spade with a snow shovel handle on it. And in order to get into the snow, even though it's a rather sharp metal spade, you do a sort of overhand thwack, and that's able to chop through most of the snow and ice, but not all of it. But if you're lucky, it gets through most of the snow, even when it's really densely packed, like if it's fallen off of the roof and slammed into the ground. And if the palm of your hand is on the handle of the shovel and it goes down and slams into the ground, which is frozen, you can crack your wrist that way. Or at least that's how violently you have to do it in order to make it work. So it's really quite something. And so far, I'm not making a lot of progress, but I've got a couple of weeks before the firewood comes. I feel like I'm in with a chance, especially now that I know that I have to go after the snowdrifts with this shovel and take them out to some extent so that the truck has a chance of even getting in and delivering its firewood. I might have to make the truck dump it literally in the middle of the driveway rather than back where I usually put it, because it might not be able to get in. But yeah, so that's been very distracting. And time enough, I think, to bounce over into coding verse, which I do like this. I don't know if I'm going to be framed very well on this, but whatever. I'll be somewhat off screen, OLs. Or maybe I'll scooch stuff around to where I have a slightly better chance of... Because here's the thing I'd like to try. My hope is I can do this thing, and I want to see what I get. This is what it looks like when it's just starting up. My template for this has basically nothing in there. This is a stereo one. Technically, I could do a Bezier comp mono. But my idea here is, what if compressor, but the rate of change of the compression follows Bezier curve rules? Because as you know, I can do a thing, and it's also a fair question as to whether it should be linked or not linked. And I don't know the answer to that. I have not tried this before. I've also not tried... I'm wondering whether to do a dual mono version. I feel like some of this stuff people do, like if I run pressure, for instance, my pressure plugin, let me adjust my microphone a little bit. I believe my pressure plugin does not do linked stereo, but Logical does. Logical being the one that's designed to be closer to an SSL comp, or at least that was the goal, that was the target. And then I've got Pop 3. Pop 3 ended up being tailored to act a little bit like the Heritage audio compressor that I had. But the question is, why attempt to imitate any of those things? Because I can show you a thing about pressure. This should be fairly straightforward, hopefully. We'll see. There we go. Hopefully, where is it? Here it is. I've got a drum track. And then if I use pressure, which is not going to be in recent effects. Funnily enough, I don't have old versions of that. I only have pressure 4 and pressure 5. With pressure, you can do this. This didn't end up doing all that much. And you'll notice as I do this, and you can kind of tell it is a not linked. But as you slow it down, you hear the point on the front of the beat. It's making the point poke out. And of course we can mess with some of these other controls. That was designed to make a sort of very mu-like behavior. I'm going to take a moment and check out pressure 4 just in case there was anything useful to observe from that. But this is the kind of thing we're messing with here. So this is what you got out of the original pressure. It doesn't have quite the same points on the compression. So what you get with this stuff, hang on, we'll slow it down. There we go, that's that effect again. You can see on the meter that the front edge of the wave gets past the compression. What I'm wondering is whether I can set up the gain level to follow Bezier curves, meaning that it will slow down the speed of the attack. If it was ultimate speed attack, then it just sort of smushes like this. And if it's at 0 in this control, it's not doing the very mu type behavior. And then when you go full very mu-like behavior, you get this. And you can slow the speed down to get a little more point. In faster speed, or actually increasing this will give me decreasing this will give me slower speed. It means it'll bounce back quicker. So you can make it not even have an attack by compressing it hard enough, or having an inverse attack. And then we've got other stuff like, say, pop. They're all under P for some reason. Here's the most recent one. Oh, no. The most recent pop is not the one I was thinking of. It is the most recent Dynamics plugin. This is the one that is the same as in console X. So not so much that one, but the previous one. And this is the one I guess turning up attack and release slows it down. So that's how you get a little point on the front of it. Not there yet, but it will probably find its way into what I'm working on today, which I'm only beginning to work on today. Drive apparently is a gain level in there somewhere. So this is all very good fun. This one's meant to act a little bit more like the Heritage Audio, which is a Neve style diode bridge compressor. But that's all versions of hardware stuff. And why should we be stuck to hardware stuff if we can try things like what a Bezier curve would do based on things? I'm speculating on the idea of doing a dual mono version of it. And I'm not sure whether it's worth bothering. But I mean, nothing's stopping me. If I'm a little less bouncy today, it's because it's been we've had a month or so, us United States residents. So I'm hanging in to the best of my ability. Let's see, Bezier comp. If you want to hear me talk about more along those lines, you should be following me on Blue Sky, because although I'm not announcing things like when I'm doing a stream or whatever, that's more along the lines of hanging out with Chris, hearing what I think about world events and such. Doing the streams is more along the lines of we all get to have a little bit of a refuge from all that. Or at least pretend we do for a moment. Oh, I haven't started Bezier comp yet. That doesn't have an ID. All of these things need to have an ID. See, it says question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. That's what I need to take care of. BCCM. Oh, hang on. I know what I'll do. Well, Bezier comp, so P, and Bezier M for mono. BCCM, BCCP. Cool, cool. So there's a start. And it might take a while to get this, but I have at least come up with that, ironically, Bezier Q. It is possible that all of this console H stuff is going to lean heavily on Bezier curve calculations. Ethan, thank you so much. Nice to hear it. I'm glad that it's being of some kind of use. That means I might as well close Bezier comp for the moment and only work on Bezier comp mono. So how are we going to do that? Firstly, let's simply set up one of my Bezier curve calculations. Is that in recent ones? Maybe, kind of, sort of. Let's just open a likely thing. I know that has it, but I'm not going for it. Although I may be stuck trying to remember what goes where. I know LR can... No, not at all. That doesn't have that at all. What the heck? Let's just go back to here. See, this should, in theory, have some of the stuff that I need. And in fact, this appears to have a stereo version of the calculation if I'm willing to use it. So let's give that a shot. I might need that. First thing we're going to do is just bring this in here. That's the calculations I was using on the other one. So if I bring that in there, I'll have it working in some kind of way. Clearly, this is a double package. That may not have meant a lot of sense. No matter. We do what we can. In this case, this is me trying to get something up and running. I could be drinking lots more coffee, but I'm choosing not to right now. This is not one of my best weeks. I keep track of a thing called biorhythms because I seem to respond to that. Like if the biorhythms are going, you're mentally in a completely terrible place and your intellectual signs are doing poorly, often I'll find that there's some of that. I need to keep an eye out for certain combinations of that. And I don't know how well it correlates. I just keep an eye on it on the basic concept of our moods and capabilities tend to move kind of cyclically. So if I hit a emotional low and an intellectual high at the same time, I have to be cautious because I'll be all very easily upset by things and tend to panic. And this is not a comfortable time for tending to panic. Let's see now. What have we got here? We have the two bands to work with, and I can take these things and steal them and put them in here. I think that was A through E. Yep. So now if I just do this, I'll have a working copy of BasicQ, which is not actually what I'm looking to use, but I can get all the code in there. It's kind of like using libraries, like a thing that Bacon Paul of SurgeXT and the Six Signs. I need to download a new version of Six Signs because he's been making lots of interesting changes with it. My hope is always that he doesn't undermine one of the things that causes it to be really good, but so far it seems to be hanging in there pretty well. It's all about the sophistication of how it does its sound processing rather than the sound engine itself. And the sound engine itself depends slightly on some of his choices that didn't end up being permanently maintained choices, but that he still is able to hang on to. The ability to use things like his first downsampler sounded better than the more mathematically correct downsamplers he ended up going with. He tried to do something that was supposed to be more efficient, and it had funny little artifacts and didn't behave perfectly or didn't behave identically at different sample rates, but it sounded better. And so that's the one I always use. And in answer to me specifically asking for it and going, oh, this would be great, he even produced some more primitive downsamplers, knowing that they were flawed, but also knowing that people could use the aliasing and things to get effects. And sure enough, that's still present in 6 signs. And the interesting part about that is if you're going for a really primitive, like old sampler kind of vibe, you can use some of those primitive things like zero hold downsampling. And it'll be a little crunchier, but you do get a sort of visceral solidity to the lows that can go away weirdly. I can explain that, and yet there's no proof that I'm necessarily correct about it. It's just what I observe. And Paul's been good enough to allow that stuff to persist, even though the people he hangs out with are like, it is false and not correct because it does aliasing and various things, and they don't concede the idea that there's a balance between those things. So the default for 6 signs, it will always start up in one of the what I consider to be inferior downsamplers. The technically correct things that don't produce any aliasing and don't change based on what sample rate you use. And I think his first try sounded better. But anyway, they're all available. Now, where I was at here, I suppose one of the things that I could do is just get this working as BezEQ and then fool with it from there. That might be a fine idea. So let's give it a try, see if it works. And this appears to be, you see, BezEQ for the audio unit is in fact a dual mono plugin, or a N2N. N2N means if it is only doing one channel, if the code for it looks like this, where it's just like in channels and do it as many times as you need for this, and then just use one version of it. Here, let me continue. If I start flagging, I might need to stop the stream, but hopefully that's not going to happen. I am kind of going around living in fear of getting sick at this stage. And hopefully I'm staying away from potential problems along those lines, and like falling into the reclusive life of a software developer can save your life, maybe. Or at least with a bit of luck, it'll save mine. Let's make this be input sample L. And let's see if we can make this actually work. What I'm doing here is making it match the code that I pasted in. That's this stuff in here. So it's probably not going to build the first time around. It might, but it's probably not going to. Might build the second try. It did. Unused variable stuff is no problem. I'm probably going to be using more than just 5 variables. Also, I see, I have quit. Well, we'll see whether it remembered where I was. I built it, so hopefully it remembers where I was. Yes, it did. Didn't mean to do that, but I do need to check and see whether it built. I also see I have some conversation and questions going on in chat. Let's see whether we built something. After I do that, I will look at chat and see if I've had answers to do. And we're just going to see whether we can get through a check-in day of coding something, because it's one of the things I like to share with people. And let's see, Bezier comp is what I was doing. So I need to go up here. Let's see whether we've got anything. This would have been the defaults. We have something. That is Bezier comp. So when we say, how useful would console H be for hip-hop producers, you'll have this on tap for one. And this is the one where it starts throwing in a kind of resonance that is synthesizing this sound, regardless of what you thought it was going to be doing. So the idea of console H is to be able to make stuff out of nothing. And my hope is that I'll also be able to do that with the compressor. And it's not really about whether you have samplers or not. It's about whether you can imagine new sounds and do those. For instance, here is a rumbly low frequency thing happening. Or if you wanted a darker sound, maybe you'd be using something like this. And an interesting thing about this is that although we are using this to make a very dark, old sampler-like quality, we can also get weird with it by adding the low frequency resonance. Or indeed making them cross each other to do weird things with. So if you only wanted to do a sampler, your sound would end up being more like this, but with console H you'd be able to do weird things with it. And now we have a kick. We can dial it in various ways. Yeah, so that's a pretty beefy kick. Or a way of reinforcing it. But yeah, this is not the point. It is just my answering of the question, what will console H be for hip-hop producers? The hope is that it's a way you can twist a bunch of knobs wildly and have interesting sounds pop out that you then use. And it certainly is for in-the-box workflow in the sense of it's really very much about getting around any need to have old or new hardware samplers. In particular, you should be able to get around needing something like an SP1200, which is beyond, like, I can't afford one. I'll never be able to afford one of those now. There was a time when I would have been able to do it, and just the burn rate of making progress with Airwindows, I got where I needed to go, but I am not at a place where I will likely ever be able to get an SB1200 sampler. I did end up getting the ASR. I really need to study on that and work with it. I never have time to. One of the things I'm thinking about, I was watching the internet over my web browser, and what I did was go through a Hacker News forum and saw some of the things that were being posted there. I'm talking like an alien today because I think it's because I'm not really very well and I'm not very capable of much today. And there was a Your Life in Weeks. In fact, I wonder whether I can bring that up. Or whether I don't have it anywhere anymore. I feel like I have lost that now and I don't have it anymore. Well, don't mind me, it was a thought. One of the things I did find was where I got the Butterworth values for making Butterworth filters out of multiple. Well, hang on a second. No, I don't think I do. No, I've lost that thing. I had thought I had a copy of that sitting around on my desktop, but I clearly do not. One more thing lost. There's various web pages out there where you can look at your life in weeks. If you divvy up time into weeks, you can fit a lifetime's worth of weeks, like 100 years, which is a very generous take on lifetime, on a single screen or on like one page of a calendar. Crunch it down into weeks and have it be small enough increments. And you go, oh, wow, I can look at that on one page. That's kind of terrifying. That's all there is. And that's one of the things I was thinking about, because there are so many things that I would like to do and so little chance of doing so many of them, especially now, especially like living in America in 2025, ye gods. I might not have certain of the danger zones for that, but in all seriousness, like anytime I get the flu, and believe me, we're all going to be suffering from a great deal of flu, it could be the last, and it makes you think in terms of, if I only have yay many weeks to go during my lifetime, which could be way shorter than I'd hoped, and the things that I'm doing are each taking a finite amount of time, I want to think in terms of where my effectiveness is going, like what's actually working. And that's kind of where we're at today. And I'm feeling it because I'm not feeling very well, but some of that's probably because I kept going outside and trying to dig myself out from these giant packed snow berms so that I can have firewood delivered so I don't have to freeze. And I'm going to be a little more freezing as this afternoon wears on because I can't run the wood stove today. Again, a chimney sweep is coming tomorrow. And that's important because it needs done. That needs doing. Many things too. The very beginning of the year always has many weird chores and difficult things that I have to deal with, which I will do to the best of my ability. But tell you what, let's consider doing something very different with this. I don't know if I need both. Tell you what, let's comment it, which is done like this. So here's the idea. I can use just this section. Oh, and I've got that in the wrong place, so let me fix that. We'll ignore this bit for now. Oh yeah, no, that's my word for everybody, is be careful out there. We don't want any of this anymore. Instead, we're going to do something like this. And we don't need that. Now, what's this going to do? Not much yet. Hey, Gnosis, well, thank you. Thank you in turn for enjoying it. Ooh, Jonathan, yeah, that's worried. Be careful yourself. I at least don't have that going on. What's happening in my city is that a noted plugin developer is moving into my hometown. Maybe I'll even show up on a stream someday. It'll depend very much on whether he feels like doing any such thing. A lot of people do not like getting public with stuff. But I'll tell you another thing. A lot of people in the plugin developer circles that I have entry to, because what with my work and probably more than anything else, me helping out like the Surge XT project by donating code and the interactions with Bacon Paul and so on. Those things let me get into, like a private Discord, which is like commercial developers, secret club kind of place. And a lot of those guys are struggling more than I am right now. I'm happy to say that there is a small decline in my Patreon income, but it's not a huge one. But some folks out there are seeing a huge one. So if there are developers that you really like and care about, you might want to think about going and buying something from one of them as well. That's another reason why if I'm using something, I will have bought it. In fact, I have a neat little side note. This Console X, it's going to become available. I've been talking to the folks in Yale Techs, and we're basically finished with setting it up so that there's a place in the Yale Techs website that you could go and buy this. Trouble is, it's going to cost you a bunch of money, but I do have a smaller version that's also available, and ways where you can go and start with this design and then further customize it. So that is actually ready to go. That's yet another thing that I need to work on, preferably this week. But yeah, there's a bunch of people out there, and in particular, I'm thinking in terms of the plugin developers. I don't know whether Yale Techs is doing super well or not, or what. They're such a boutique operation that I feel kind of like they're probably doing okay because they're kind of booked. I think they have work, so you're going to have to be on a waiting list if you buy one. But that is ready to go. But then there's a bunch there. One of the things that's been happening in the world of plugins is a bunch of the commercial guys have been hurt by, I'm not sure whether you call it a payment processor or a virtual storefront or something. I forget the details, but some of those guys have been hurt by a payment processor going out of business and owing them like thousands or tens of thousands of dollars. So, be willing to support some of the plugin guys that you like. If you're in any position to do so, it's probably a good idea. I have not had as much of a downturn as they have, so although I hate to say it, because I'd always say this and probably would say it even if it wasn't true, but don't worry about me. I seem to be doing basically okay. But yeah, it's be careful out there is kind of the watchword. So now let's see what is going on here. Here we have the Bezier filter, and I want to turn it into a compressor to see what it does. And when I do that, it's probably going to give me a really weird, strange result. But what I'm looking to do is be able to derez it. In fact, I could, let's see. Let's simply reverse these two things. I can do that as easily as this. There. Now the only remaining control, hang on. No, that didn't do what I wanted at all. Dang it. Okay, a couple of quick undos. And okay, so I'll be able to figure this out, even though I'm kind of not at my best today. But it doesn't matter, I'm still going to try. Up, that's where I needed it to be. Okay, so put that back. I don't know if it's changing. No, I guess it is changing this stuff in the comments. Don't care. And that's all I need to make this run on the second derez, which goes down to deep, deep bass. I'm going to want it to do that or more. And then here's where we're checking this out. Here's where we're smoothing things out. And you know what? All we need to do is make this be an absolute value. I think. Let's see how that works. I have a gut feeling that I just need to make it be febs. And then this as well. Because you see, what we're storing is no longer going to be a frequency that's going in there, an audio signal that's going in there to be used as an EQ. Instead, I want it to act like it's the threshold on a compressor. So I'm making it be an absolute value so that whatever I get on the output, it's going to be between 0 and like 1 or whatever the amplitude is. Yeah, I'm struggling with having the clue too, so we're all in the same boat. So we're going to just keep that pattern going. We want to make a thing out of the output, this sample business, where we're doing the whole Bezier curve thing, but we're not actually trying to do a waveform so much as we're keeping a constant output, and that's what the output sample becomes. So we're blanking it out here, assigning things in various ways, like we re-zeroing it, and it's all being added using this. And I guess we're going to see what this does. We're going to see what this does. We are running a Bezier curve off of the raw output of whatever the waveform is. And if the waveform is silent, input sample L is times equal 1. But if the waveform is not silent, it will start turning it down. So in theory, assuming the numbers add up, as I'm not controlling or clamping any of these, if the numbers add up, this will act like a kind of compressor. Let's see if that's even true, or if it does some horrible thing that I didn't anticipate. Because we out here in the woods at this point, I do not know what this is going to do. Throw the drums on, see what we get. The one thing I do know is it's going to be fairly strong. And it's going to respond, I believe, to this control. Okay, so none of these do anything anymore. That's not doing anything. But what about this guy? This is supposed to let you kick the Bezier curve in. Well, I hear something's happening. A little hard to tell what. So whatever is happening, there's not enough of it to really hear. So let's start moving stuff around some more. We don't need a bunch of these things now. So let's remove them. Don't need any gain. Don't need DRes B. I can always find it and put it back if I need. Could maybe use this for something. Oh, and let's slow it down even more. Just to see what that might be. Also, let's remove that. That's part of the code for making it be the smoothed out Bezier curve. In other words, cream coat rather than crunch coat style Bezier resolution. Yes, there will be a mono and stereo version because I'm doing it first in mono, which would be linked. And I need to make it act like it is a compressor. We're going to see whether we get anywhere closer to it being like a compressor. So here's a start. Let's edit that. So now, oops. Now we've got this. And then all of these, which aren't being used. In fact, I'll delete them and then talk over the delay while it tries to think it out. So the thing about this is now what I've got is the DRes algorithm that's being applied to only positive waveforms. I'm using this absolute function. When it says fabs input sample L, what that means is use the absolute value of input sample L. And I'm using that as a loudness output, but when I use the Bezier curve on it, it is slowing the reaction, and it's also producing a completely rounded output. If it works, I'll have something that acts like some kind of compression, or possibly not. but I know that this is the way that I want to deal with the attack of the compressor. What I'm doing is basically infinite speed attack and infinite speed release. In theory, that should do something. But here is another thing that I can add. And no real reason not to delete this now too. That's what I had, right? Oh, and we don't need a cycle end. That's from an older version of things. It's getting smaller and more confined. Yeah, ASR 10 are quite cool. As I work on plugins so much, I have no time to get into it. I will be reselling that one day. Oh, and we're not doing reverb samples, are we? Okay, so Bezier smoothing of input sample on the fly, but a absolute version of it, so it will only go from 0 to something higher than 0. But now we are also turning up our output by this gain control, which will give us as much as 12 dB gain. So I can take the amount and kind of multiply it. And gain is this times best gain. Input sample is this times 1 minus gain. And what that means is I should be able to make it mute faster and more intensely. Or I'll be able to make it mute at all, put it that way. Let's see what we got. It should still build, and it has. And back we go into, we're not worried about tonal noises at the moment. I just am using drums because that's one of the things that you'd put compression on. And I want to hear whether it does what I want. So yeah, if I turn this down, it'll have no effect whatsoever. And if I turn it up, it'll be doing what it was already doing, which was not a lot. Slow it right down. Ah, something's happening. So if I turn it up enough, I can find some zones where I'm hearing a compression-like effect. And then the faster we get, I should probably set it up yeah, we're getting something happening. I think I need more gain. Here's how we can go about doing that. I can also clamp it. I'll clamp it to make sure that it's doing what I expect. So best gain can be, I don't know, this times 4. That should give me more than enough gain to work with, seeing as it was already doing it, and I'm also making it, squaring it. So it'll go from a maximum amount of 2 times 2 equals 4. It'll be 4 times 4 equals 16, and that should give me enough. And then what we're going to do is do a little bit more math. And that is just going to be 1.0 minus gain, but not smaller than 0. So I should be able to make it silence now. That's the hope. I want to hear what this does. even under the context of infinite release speed. I have no release speed going at all at this point. Although maybe that would be a place to use the other Bezier curve, but no matter, we'll see whether this does anything. Getting on towards 3 in the afternoon. It's already starting to get chilly. I think when it's time to go and make dinner, I'm going to go and grab that bathrobe that I've got that looks like a Jedi robe. And my body is not happy with me for having gone out and shoveled snow. It's too cold out there. I keep having to do it because I'm going to need to do it before the firewood comes in. Now what have we got? Haha. We have got compression. Bezier compression at its highest possible speed. Now let's hear what happens when we start slowing it down. Do we get it down to absolute silence? No, we don't. But I'll tell you, we're getting compression happening. So that's pretty crunchy. So I'm thinking about Jonathan's idea. While we listen to this Bezier compressor. We do in fact have a Bezier curve compressor. So slew, eh? So this is no compression. You can hear the extent that it goes. Faster the attack, the more it squishes. You know, and something else, I think that's actually pretty pleasing sounding. And you know, the reason that I wanted to use Bezier curves for modulating the speed of the compression output is specifically so that it could start applying compression in a way where there are no abrupt changes. So Jonathan talking about a Bez slew plugin implies that there is some form within which you can limit slew or apply it according to, basically it would be like a slew clip based on the limit of the Bezier curve kicking in. So it would be nothing more than a slew clip, but the threshold would be altering. Let's see what else we can do here. Starting to get something that's sounding like compression. I'm wondering where there's more to have here. Because in a way, attack is the thing I care about most here. Let's get funky and apply even more. So this max thing, we keep ramping up the gain, to the point where it's ridiculous. In fact, you know something? Let's remove one of these variables. Because that's really the part that we care about. It's the final output of this Bezier thing. However, so I'm thinking in terms of what would it take to bring in the other instance. We've got Bez B in here, so we can run, it is cold in there, and it's going to get colder before the day's over. I don't get to run my wood stove today because it's being swept by a chimney sweep tomorrow. And having it be swept by a chimney sweep is good because that's like maintenance and stuff. I'm responsible for all my own maintenance because, you know, I own the house I'm in. And it's going to be real interesting to hear where that goes because even though I own the house I'm in, it's associated with the Section 8 program and rural development, which is federal. So although I have a mortgage through rural development, I don't know what they can do to me. And so that will be something that we all discover together, I guess. Anywho, best gain, 16. Best gain times best gain. We're going to have a very large amount of clamp down on this. Let's just check that out just the way it is. Because again, the minimum is going to be 0 and the maximum is going to be unity gain, so it doesn't boost. Yeah, I know, OMG. I have some words of advice for anybody who's in a similar situation, but I wonder to what extent people can be in a similar situation these days. It all started when I was homeless and then living on Social Security disability for some time and going through a series of programs to actually get off of Social Security disability and all of those things, which I in fact did. Ah, okay. Neat. That's some heavy compression and no mistake. So if you keep turning it up, we can start getting very compressed sounding things. Yeah, I'm happy to have a place. Some of the work that I do is in service of if I can't always have a place. Like I've become homeless once. It could happen again. I won't be trying to have that happen, but I mean, sort of thing that can happen. Okay, interesting. So what you can't hear is the fact that it's going bass in one speaker and snare in the other. This is still a compressor. It's just a compressor that's capable of totally gating. So that's why this is going to be many more knobs than 2, I tell you. Why do I think about this like that? Because I've been homeless before and I've been through many things. And I'm going to do my best to stay safe enough that I can do the work that I do for people. But I'm only one person. There's only so much I can do for like self-protection or anything like that. Again, this is still a compressor. It's just slamming its way through to dynamic inversion. So A is what controls this dynamic inversion. Well, that's pretty wild. I seem to be not able to turn A down to 0 anymore. That's weird. Well, yeah, of course I'm worried, but then a lot of people are worried. There, see, if I do this, I can be worried and have a weird sounding compressor going on. So there's something to be said for that. And that's some serious dynamic inversion. Yeah, so I'm going to want it not to act like this. What it's doing here is kind of bouncing around, letting occasional noises through, and then immediately being completely obliterated again. And again, I don't seem to be able to... Yeah, with A at 0, it is still going to... Or hang on a second, do I have these things backwards? Surely not. I stand corrected. Yeah. Tell you what, let's go and label these things. That's what was confusing me. I was thinking about my insecurity about things and lost track of what I was doing. A is, in fact, the overall scale amount. B is gain. I was acting as if B was the amount and A was gain, and that's not true at all. So, need to bring that in here. That should help a bit. And then I can also have a look at some of these things because we clearly don't need 16. I can make it become much smaller than that. But again, that's going to be B. Dres A. Oh, I can continue slowing it though. Let's see what we can do with this. It can't be larger than 1, but it can be almost arbitrarily small. We don't want it to be infinitely small, but it can be mighty small. And we'll increase the power factor on that a little bit. Well, you know, the thing about that though, Alex, is you find something to do that will help somebody. That's the thing. There's really no other answer than that. Like, I have personal friends who are in a recovery program, people who have given up drugs and drinking. And I've been doing that sort of thing for many, many years. And so have they. And what ends up happening is I have people from like all over the political map from that point of view. And the thing is, anybody who's in that type of recovery program, here we go. See, that's how this works. Anybody in that type of recovery program has to take things seriously in terms of they have to take staying clean and not using seriously. But the way we do that is by helping other people who also want to get clean or not use. And the rules through which we do that are we're only interested in people wanting to get clean and stop using, and we'll accept and talk to anybody who wants to get clean and stop using. No exceptions, no disqualifications. Doesn't matter what their creed, their religion, their color, their sexuality. Covers that all very explicitly, saying like, no, there's nothing that disqualifies you. The only qualification is a desire to stop using. And that gives us this interesting thing, because caring about that means even if you have people who have made terrible mistakes in their voting, for instance, and who are struggling with the silo that they're in, and everybody is telling them like, oh yeah, you have to go and hunt down your evil liberal friends or whatever. Those people don't get to do that, because if we start putting other things before our recovery, we tend to go out and use and die. And it's serious. And so anybody in that situation, I get to be like, okay, so are you helping the still suffering addict? Is that still your most important thing? Because if it's not, goodbye and good luck, because you're probably not going to make it. It's that simple. We don't mess around. And that is also finding ways of helping other people and making connections, even in places where it's difficult to make connections to. Ooh. Cool. Okay, we're getting somewhere with this. This is a Bezier curve compressor, clearly. Oh, and we're starting to get it wandering from side to side and no longer working properly. That's what. Go too far and it starts misbehaving. So this is how this only deals with attacks, and if I make the attacks too slow, it stops working. But that's what makes it interesting. So what I'd want to do is make it be able to respond real slow while still effectively working as a compressor, which it doesn't currently do right now. Again, speed it up to this. That works like a compressor. But slow it down too much and it stops working like a compressor because its behavior is too disconnected from the waveform going into it. And the interesting thing is the way in which I feel like I am beginning to get the H sound down. The question is, can we make it work like this? See, it's able to let an entire bass or snare hit in before it clamps down. But the thing is, it's going to be interacting in a weird way. Like with no effect, same as bypass. This is the super slow attack. But we don't have a super slow release yet. See, this is the faster attack, but it's also making a faster release. It's all about ramping up the gain in order to get the desired result. So here's the zone where we're getting the attack. And you know, an interesting side effect here. If we do this, we are not actually getting aliasing. And I'll tell you why. It's because the tightening of the attack in this way, even if you make it real quick, like real quick, I've got attack and release basically all being at the same speed by doing this. But if you slow it down, it is no longer capable of being hit by a transient and suddenly turning the gain down. It's compelled to always make a smooth curve of gain level modification. That's what you need in order to not get aliasing, is not changing the gain abruptly. That's how you do a really fast, like with this, it's basically an incredibly fast compression. And the release is also incredibly fast. And that's actually pretty cool in its own right, honestly, but going to be time to start running music through it rather than just drums. But the drums are teaching me things. It's useful to know about what the drums are doing. Because I can get a pretty chunky, fast attack going using this gain to cut off the level until it's next to nothing, or indeed nothing. If I turn it up enough, no matter what it does, it's silencing the output. And so this is what it sounds like using the slower attack setting on this Bezi comp. I've got this sort of squirty, weird, clicky noise going on. And it's just interesting that I'm getting this result and it's not actually producing aliasing. And then there's this little zone where it's kind of sputtering. I'm wondering whether maybe this is the answer or whether using the other Bezier calculation has a role too. Because it's kind of giving me the sorts of results I would want. Again, there's only a rather clearly defined kick and snare here. So if you use gain to sort of bring that in, you can take it down to silence that way. And again, bypass is just this. Turn on the Bezier curve compressor, and you got this. And the more gain you throw on, the more intense it is. So that's about the slowest I needed to go. So what I'm wondering is whether I need to modulate this output in any way. It's a thought. So the gain seems basically legit for the time being. I don't think I need res A to be that high. Let's take that back to 4 again. The amount of range of adjustment I have in there, it's not needing to be anywhere near that small. So we'll see what happens if I restrict it to slightly larger. That being kind of the limit, see whether it behaves. And let's see, what was the thing I was thinking about? Fmax 1.0 minus Cval times best gain 0, 0. So this Fmax business, if I use a sine wave on this, so let's try this then. See where it says 1 minus Cval times best gain? The maximum I want that to be is 1, because then it goes down to a silence of 0. So if I do that, I don't need to do this. But I want to restrict this. So Cval is going to be a minimum of 0. 1.0 minus sine 0 is 1. But this needs to go to a maximum. If I remember correctly, if I wanted to do an entire loop, see that's, I think, let's find out. There's a number of constants I can use. Actually, you know what? I'm pretty sure I know what the one I need is. mpi underscore 2 is 1.57, etc., etc., etc. This should give me the ability to smush it down to silence, but slower. Let's hear what it does. I'm applying a curve to sort of the minimum that it can get. Or I'm applying a curve to where it's going. Let's see what it does. I'm talking all about what I think it's going to do, but this is kind of finding out what it's doing. And time to find out. Oh, we have a sharper click. We are crunchier now than we were. Interesting. And we're more capable of making it become silent. That's a nice sharp onset click. Now what we get when we start slowing it down, because that does seem to be working in terms of silencing it. Interesting. Hi. You're doing a very interesting thing now. Look at that. So I didn't expect that. Turn the gain down to 0. It's supposed to be able to stop doing that rather than do more of that. Let's see what we've got here. Something went wrong. What could that be? Let's make sure everything is still calculated before multiplying. So 1.0 minus sine f max C-bell times best gain, which could be as low as 0. Sine of 0 should still give me 0. But the max is m pi 2. I've just added a parenthesis, which shouldn't be changing this. But who's to say? This is the kind of thing where, like the guy on YouTube recently who was trying to explain things for people in order to make himself be special, was using like ChatGPT to try to make explanations without himself understanding them. And it was a terrible mess. It was talking nonsense and getting many things wrong. I didn't even want to get into details of what things were wrong because it was like, no, this is just wrong. Didn't expect this. Okay. What is this actually saying? Oh, I see what it's saying. I got that wrong. Did you see what I did wrong? Because I now see what I did wrong. One small thing that I got wrong causing that. Think about it. If we're doing this thing where it's mostly silent, and for example 1 minus this thing, and sine is at its maximum at m pi 2, and my other thing is starting at 0. C-bell times best gain can be 0, but when I turn it to 0, nothing happens. I have silence. What do you imagine I did wrong? Because I can tell you right now. The course or tutorials is basically this. Hang out with me while I'm doing this, and I'll talk you through what's happening, including when I make a silly mistake, which I've done right now. So the tutorial challenge now is, can you spot what I did wrong? I have now spotted what I did wrong, and I'm going to fix it, but I wonder whether anybody else can. Again, sample L is being silent unmistakably, and it's made by 1 minus this thing, which is supposed to be 1 minus an equation that is 0 most of the time. I can give you a hint by removing a layer of parentheses, which did not turn out to be the problem. Did you spot it? Watch this. F max means it was 1.0 minus sine the the thing that it did, where if you turned it up a huge amount, something would happen, or mpi2. mpi2 maxes out at 1.57, etc., etc. Sine of 1.57, etc., etc. is 1. When I told it to be 1.0 minus sine f max these things, it made it constantly be the maximum amount of silence, and only if I drove it even harder than that would it kick in. So that will have fixed this problem. It was just using fmax instead of fmin. Now let's see what this sounds like, because I've yet to hear what that's supposed to sound like, but it was already kind of promising. I feel like there was some promise in there. Although granted, it means running a sine function every sample, and that's a shame. But it's like I'm worried about the sound of these things. A lot of people's plugins do many more complicated things than just the occasional sine function. Here we are. Now, to engage that sine function. See, intense compression, but it's not sounding aliased, and it's even less sounding aliased when I slow it down. So that's still a very fast attack. At its slowest, we get a full drum hit kicking in. And that's a very, very slow attack indeed. Speed it up and it starts wobbling around. But then if we use this gain control, which is now applying its effect through that sine function, it's like kind of sine shape mellows out as it goes in. Now we have something that's acting like a compressor. And as we speed it up, we start getting extreme compression effects. In fact, we only need to go to about 0.5, I think. I don't think it needs to get any louder than that. And then all of these are very fast attacks and releases. And that's a super slow one, so the range of this speed control needs to be adjusted. I wonder whether I can bring gating into this as well. Because that's the thing, is gating can also apply controlling the same behavior from the same Bezier curve. It's kind of like how in a distressor, the distressor is a software compressor. It's taking the input and it's running like code in order to determine what the output volume is between 0 and 1. Well, I mean, Feb9, that was my hope of this. That was my hope with this one. Maybe we have a little more use for high gain here. definitely need to adjust this a little bit more. So our range needs to be between around here and somewhere around here, because the entire top of the speed range is functionally about the same. Also, the harder we push it, the more it goes into the silence. We probably need only about 0.5. What I'm wondering is whether I can run two of them and like have them fight, or run two of them and have them interact. And again, I don't seem to need that much in the way of gain here. Going to 0.5 is about as much as I need. So let's jump back to the code. This could come out as a two-knobber. It certainly is usable enough that way. I figured I was going to need to do a lot more. But perhaps not. Would have thought. Who would have thought? Can you guess what I'm wondering? What happens? There's two directions this can go. I've got CBAL there. That is the shape of the output thing. And I'm putting it through a sine function. And there's a fmin function that is causing it to either be 0, or if it's a really high value, then it gets clamped to silence. What happens if you have CBAL times best gain? Because I already know that I could be dialing back the gain. I've got it, the gain goes up to 8 and then multiplied by itself, so it goes up even more. Probably don't need that. I hear my furnace going on. I'm not sure if you heard that, but that keeps it, if that keeps up, then it won't be quite as cold as it has been. Although I'd rather be using my wood stove, honestly. But again, getting the chimney swept tomorrow, so it needs to be good and cold so that the guy can work on it. So, well, nothing to it but to try it, right? Let's see what happens. Two ways this can go. It could go squared, or it could be a square root in order to produce a different effect. But all of that, that's completely commutative, so I can completely get that. It will be clamped to the amount that I want. And if it is a small number, it will tend to be a smaller number. So we will have accomplished something out of that. What it is remains in question. But it was fairly cheap to do. It's just one additional multiply, not even another transcendental function like a sine. Let's see what happens if we do that. Again, the difference now is it's now going into the sine, but it's multiplied more. Well, for starters, it's not kicking in as quickly. In fact, it needs a lot of help, I think. Ah. Okay, so here's what happened. And I'm interested to see whether this does anything, or indeed whether the sine is wasting my time at this stage. What the sine's doing is causing it to enter into complete silence more slowly. What multiplying it by itself in this way is doing is causing small values to become even smaller, and only when they start to produce a high value does it start doing anything. And then if it produces a crazy high value, it will be clamped to mpi2. It will be clamped to silence. So now what we're going to do is ramp up the amount of gain adding that we're doing so that we can get it to become silence again. This might not be what we want. I want to hear what it does. I'm listening for how it engages with the sound in this way. I'm rather pleased by how simple this code is. It is running the Bézier calculations and stuff, but it's actually quite simple. There's not that much going on. And that can be handy when running like a big control channel strip. Now what do we got? Ah, I hear it doing something. Interesting. I hear that. I hear what that's doing. So plain. Interesting. There's a thing. Fancy that. Dial in attack. At our maximum gain amount. We're doing our kind of funky stuff. And if it's going that slowly, we have a bit of an indeterminate effect here. But I'm loving how smoothly it modulates the gain. Let's start speeding it up. Extremely heavy compression. Now that's a striking noise. So I feel like one of the things I can do here is control the taper of this speed control so that we can still pump it up real hard like this, because that's a neat sound. But then the half setting should actually be giving us about this. That should be halfway. And that's easily, the way we do that is use the power function on the speed control so that before we do any of this calculation with it, the power function goes like 0.5 times itself. Pretty wild. Let's try it. I am basically immediately happy with what that did. That seems on the good side. So best gain. The gain seems basically good. Interestingly, we're already using an extremely intense power function. We're also using overall scale, and I wonder to what extent that's going to actually matter. But if the power function needed to be slightly more than it is, we'll go from power of 4 to power of 5 and see whether that does anything useful. Also, pondering the idea of just adding an offset to this. That would go kind of like this. Which means I can do this, because it's now guaranteed to be some kind of like itty-bitty number. Don't know how much of an itty-bitty number it needs to be. We'll see. I'm pretty sure that my test file is actually at 96K, so it'll dial back a little bit. And we're clamping it so it doesn't get to be larger than 1. And we're not going to do this thing because that again is cream coat versus crunch coat, and crunch coat gives us smaller granularity of the divisors, because with this one we're simply modulating the output level of a sound, so it shouldn't actually, well, hang on. I'm assuming that shouldn't matter, but maybe it does. Shall we find out? There I was thinking that that couldn't possibly matter. Let's see what happens if we throw like a sine at it. Because that won't be modulating it, but we're going to get something weird happening. Make sure to install it. We can try it out with the old drums just to get started. And it should be behaving itself fairly well in terms of so that's the new slowest sound. Faster. Fastest. This is actually going to do a fairly good job of peak limiting. Check it out. 12 dB you gain on tap right there. Doing that does cut down on the maximum peak output, at least to some extent. I'm not sure how much. Although fully cranking it, I'm only like 6 dB down. It sounds crazy, but it's only 6 dB down. See, low speed is the squishy reverb, the squishy compression. Then you start getting the crunch in there. This is all very interesting. Got something going on here. And it's definitely able to go down to a very slow modulation. That's what we're hearing there. Let's throw that sine at it now. PQRS. I think long sine was one I wanted to try. That's like a 300 hertz or so tone. Let's see what kind of funky artifacts we get here. If it was a perfect compressor, we won't get any funky artifacts, but I bet we can get some. Okay. It goes womp 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 womp. Okay, so if we can make a sine do this, that's a fairly annoying interaction with the compression. Let's apply it and see what it looks like. Yep, that's pretty obnoxious. I don't think we want that. In fact, maybe let's not. Also, but here's the thing. So do we need to apply the manipulation of this code that turns it into cream coat from crunch coat? Because remember, the Bezier curves can be done in multiple different ways. This is one of them. And you might well have heard the furnace kick on again. I mean, thank goodness I even have that, but there you go. So there's another compression, and this is now what it is doing to the sine. It is making a weird rumbly noise. Question becomes, do we get anything different? I should also try high sine, although that will be obnoxious to hear. I warn you. If we do this, we are hard locking the speed control to only settings that are exact divisors. Oh, I missed a trick though. See, this is what it's supposed to have, so we can check that out, and you'll see what it does. And we'll try this. I can set it up to act more like Crunch Comp. I missed a trick. There's something in there that only interacts in a certain kind of way. Back to our sine noise. Does this act smoother in some way? I'm not going to call that smoother, but it's doing something. Funny. Faster. So the harder you push it, the more it does this. And what that looks like is our nasty little pointy dots, and they are slightly arbitrary. But this is all a factor of having extremely heavy compression on this sine wave. Since the sine wave is smooth, that's not necessarily what we want. So theoretically, we want to hear what it sounds like when we don't add that much. We're adding a little. What did that do? It did a funky wave shape. Okay. I'm going to say that seems fair. Hey, Summer of Tim. It is a compressor I'm designing from scratch. Started just today. Going to see whether we can get something out of this. Hopefully it's to be the compressor for console H. And I'll see what else I can make it do. Oh, for heaven's sake, have I just... That was the wrong thing. Can we save? We can. Okay. Back to long sine. Thank you. I did not want to permanently modify that. That's one of my test tones. So when I said that I was making this act like cream coat, these are forms of calculation where the Bezier curve processing is most free of funny digital sounding artifacts. But I don't know if the same thing holds true for actual compressors. Maybe it doesn't. Seems worth a try and find out whether it does, in fact. So to turn that back off, then the remaining thing to do in order to make it act like crunch coat, which is the one where the Bezier downsampler does not operate only on exact numbers of cycles. Instead, it can wrap over. It needs to be, if it's larger than 1, it is -1, so it can wrap. And then let's see what that does, because we have now done something that I've not yet tried, and I'm going to try it on the sine wave first and see what happens. Save you, build you. Oh, I need to quit out of there first. Excuse me, usually remember to do this. My feet are really cold. I can't wait until I can run my wood stove again. It's not like it's been that long since I've been able to use it. It's literally just this afternoon and this evening. But yeah, I'm kind of, it's in the room that I'm in, so it's a kind of good way of not getting cold. And I miss it already. Now we have a slightly grungier sound, but what does it sound like to manipulate the speed? Not a big change there. Interesting. Hey, Travis. So this is now what it sounds like with the crunch coat style Bezier interpolation on a compressor. We are modulating around the actual frequency of the sine wave that we are on. And this is about our minimum gain here. What does that look like when we apply it? I'm going to get back to musical sounds pretty soon. Ooh, okay, that's interesting. That's one of our possible outputs from like manipulating this compressor incorrectly. We've got these neat little wavelets that it's producing. I think I kind of like that as a result. We can force them to be smaller and smaller as we go, but that's definitely something. And I believe it is the correct notes. Yeah, that's the same note, I think. Yeah, that's the same note. Back to them drums. Now that we're doing it differently. We've got something different happening. That we may get different sounds here too. My question becomes, does this sound nice and does it still sound as pure as the previous one did? I feel like this is an interesting effect. It's starting to sound... Well, no, I lie. I was going to say it doesn't sound like a compressor, but we started with this and we ended with this. That still very much sounds like a compressor. There's our compressor with the slower attack. And again, increasing the gain until it is too much. Hey, Siren. Well, I'm happy to hear that. That's cool. Okay, I'm noticing something new here. It was probably something slew related, honestly. I'm noticing something new. I'm able to dial in different tempos around this swaying that it's doing. So then if I've dialed it in kind of like that, I'm trying to figure out whether this is getting vibe, kind of like distortion sounding, you said? Anything like this? And there's your fastest. I wonder how much clamping we have as a max. It seems to go up to nearly 12 dB down from 6 dB down. So in theory, just giving it a little output gain. So here's a number of possibilities. I can watch my audio meter in OBS, and it is sensitive enough that squishing my chin is ASMR. Shows up. That's funny as anything. So, what else can we do here? Well, one of the things I could do is increase the taper on the gain control. See, what I'm wondering now is I've got all of these controls able to be used. Fab 9 was getting something out of the original version, and I do not like going away from stuff that's working. And the thing is, what I've done is switched back and forth between two modes of using the Bezier curve. That produces ideas. There's furnace again. You probably heard it at this stage. So here's the thing. If this works, you get to have both. Let's find out. Forgetting my pens. Let's simply copy that. Went a little bit too far there. Equals 0. So you reset. You either reset or you subtract. And there may be other things I can include in there as well. But for now, I want to hear what this does. Because it may just be that there's a worthwhile... Oh, my hope is to be able to do exactly that. Can probably do with like gains and things as well. Let's find out. Also, I'm curious about the possibilities of gating here. In theory, it could gate. It's not impossible. And moreover, it would be able to gate at Bezier speeds. Meaning that you'd be softening attacks quite a lot, I think. And I'm not sure whether that's necessarily desirable, but that's the only way it would be able to do it. It would not be able to transition from silence to sound. Although its gating is at full on. So that suggests that I can put in a kind of threshold that will compel it to be louder. Let's find out what happens here. Well, first things first. Also, we might as well suggest it to be this. But in theory, we now have two different forms. And we're about an hour and 15 minutes out of me being able to like wrap up warm in my bathrobe, sit through the night, make my dinner, stuff like that. But time to make some tries. Yeah, fair. I just wonder whether I'd be able to include it. If I am, I'd probably be able to include it today. I'm not noticing a big change here. That said, type might have more to do with the other processing I'm doing here. Let's see whether we can hear. This might be a bit of a sideshow. I might just go straight back to working on some of the other stuff, because I thought changing that was going to make a big change, but I don't know if that did. Didn't do nearly as much as I thought. Crank it way up. Probably going to hit the difference up here. I'm thinking I'm going to make stir-fried chicken with rice and peanut sauce. It's a common favorite of mine. See, this is the cream coat style. but I can also use the crunch code style. Yep, let's let it start up again. I'll remind myself of the sound. We're getting there. There we go. So we'll go up to there. Then see, I feel like that is actually sounding better in that I have a range of adjustment here. It's pretty subtle. Okay, so that's not exactly what I had in mind. Hey, beans, beef, broccoli. Well, I'm cold. I've been more anxious, but I mean, that's doing pretty good, all things considered. And should have a good dinner set up. And the coding work has been going better than expected. And I was expecting quite a bit out of the Bezier compression thing, but I haven't even implemented attack and release. It's doing amazing things, and I haven't even done attack and release. So that's pretty wild. So I've already quit out of there, yes? Yes. Guess what? Type does not have to do with this. In fact, we are not going to even bother doing the cream coat style, because I didn't hear a difference, and what I was able to hear didn't impress me. We're better off with the one where I have the maximum granularity of adjustment. But we still have best type, and you know what? This is the part that changed where, who was it? Feb9 was like, oh, it's smoother, but I liked the other one better. Here's where that kicks in. Best type. Hang on, don't need that pen. Actually, I know how to do these. It'd be 0, 1, 2, and 3. So now, and I don't remember how I do this, but I know places where I can go and find it. That's what I'm going to do. In fact, I know a place where I most definitely can find that. All of my mastering plugins, or rather monitoring plugins, have big switch statements in them. Element OP. So there's going to be a big old switch statement inside this, and that'll show me the syntax. Because when I'm inventing things like this, I do not remember the basicest things about how one does anything. And up we go, dum-de-dum. See, it says case. Processing. Switch, processing in parentheses, and then case and colon and break. Do we have a colon there? No, but we have this. Boop. And let's just duplicate those and we start modifying them. 1, 2, 3, 4. 0, 1, 2, and 3. So one of them can be that much and one of them can be this much. And this can be not sine, and that can be not sine. So let's see. So now the first ones are the same, which is perhaps fine. I can also scale that within the equation. Hey, Grens, didn't spot you coming in. Hey. People talking about how old they are. Okay, I'm around 56 or so. Yeah, Feb 9, I'm going to see how many options I can get you. At the moment, I see 3 options. And I'm trying to figure, heck with it, let me just try it now. Let's see what we got right like that. Maybe I only have 3 options. We don't need that. And let's see whether we can get those original sounds back for you. So we'll crank out the maximum amount, and now what variations can we do? Here's one. Ah, that needs to be less gain. So that's neat. Then so the gain kind of doubles. Yeah, this is what you would be talking about. That's the one you'd be talking about. And they're fairly, oh, actually I did the wrong thing there. So our sine thing and our straight thing are 2 separate ones. But the gain changes quite strikingly. So I got to go in there and adjust the gain a little bit. Yeah, got there. Feb 9, I'm happy you asked because that was doable and that gives us a nice little change in sounds. Let's see about fixing those gains, shall we? Oh, hang on. Gain ends up having to be a very large amount. But I can simply make an edit. I don't normally like to... Oh, hang on. I see something I can do. See how best gain is always times equal best gain? That gives us the really large numbers. If instead that lives here when it's needed, then the other ones don't need it and don't apply it. And the only thing I'm wondering is, we got those signs. Oh, what if I don't apply It gives one furiously to think. I have sort of two amplification levels, and I also have two ways of approaching silence through the sine function. So if, let's see how these add up. I might want to rearrange them. We've got sine version. In fact, I'm going to rearrange them just on gut principle here. So they should go sort of from quietest to loudest. I do have 4 different options of it. Now, in this case, the ones where I need the more gain, I don't know, let's see what it does. I'm just winging it. I'm happy that it got to the place where you wanted it, but as far as some of these changes, I'm just winging it. While I wait for the radiators to start creaking and honking, telling me that they are warming the place up. Because I'm kind of feeling that they're not, but I'm working on something. Okay, so here we go. This is the smooth. A little punchier. Okay, the gain stuff seems to be working. The gain stuff seems to be doing what I'd hoped. Go real fast. Okay, that's arguably too fast. Yeah, every step of the way it goes a little bit nicer. Or a little bit kind of gnarlier. So that's 4 types of effect right there. Not only that, I wonder if I can add makeup gain with this gain control. It seems to be about 6 dB down. I think time to try it on a louder thing. Louder thing acquired. Good old Discord welcome home. Let's hear what that sounds like, smashed to smithereens. So first kind, second kind. third kind, fourth kind. Interesting. Maximum gain. How much padding is that even getting? Well, apparently I can smush it real good. That's wild. This doesn't change it except for that it kind of makes the whatever saturation louder. Yeah, it's strongly speed related, not game related. We got spikes poking through all over the place, some of them quite loud. Yeah, this is wild stuff. I've been testing it on those drums, and those drums tend to be they're peaking out rather quiet. When you throw something at it which is really loud, it goes nuts. Wow. Excuse me. Spent too much time outside trying to shovel snow. Giving me a cough. Got to be careful about that. I should eat one of my little zinc. I've got these little zinc tablets that I got from the grocery store. And they're kind of nasty, but I can snap them in half and sort of dissolve them against the roof of my mouth, and it's pretty good for coming down with colds and stuff. And I want to be cautious of that because this is not a great time for me to get sick. Ugh. Anywho. Oh, I see where we can do something here. Best gain clearly needs power function. Let's give it a good solid power function. 3. That'll let us adjust it in just nicely. Are there any other adjustments that I could make? Or indeed weird things that I could do that would make it do something strange that you could use creatively? Best type is the key area there. That's where I have different aspects of it kicking in. And you know, I am following a pattern here. It's acting more and more elegant and less gnarly as I increase these figures. So what happens if instead of 35999 and we'll add a 4 and 5? And you can probably guess what I'm going to try. You see a pattern developing? We can try the pattern and see if it does anything useful. Same deal. So isn't that kind of pretty? There have been the occasional Easter eggs in the code, but only a little bit, and more in the way of like little jokes and stuff. Like there is in an early version of Pressure, or perhaps all versions of Pressure, it's using very mu compression. And there's a little reference. The reference is actually to my marriage, interestingly. There was a time when I was married and I didn't choose, neither of us chose terribly wisely, didn't go great, but there was one time when we got into a conflict because there was, the idea was, oh, we can have a, this symbol, the mu symbol, that's actually pronounced mew. It's like a kitten's mew. So it could go mew, 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 mew. And I will have a comment, and the comment will be mew, 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 mew is a kitten song. And then me and my ex-wife got into an argument about how that would be sung. And I had a much more herky-jerky, sort of goofy, energetic take on it. She was along the lines of mew, 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 mew is the kitten song. And I was thinking more like mew, 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 mew is the kitten song. And yeah, that was a long time ago. That's like 20 years ago or so. Enjoy your married state, friends. Meanwhile, let's see what this does. Because that aside, I do still have this experiment to try out, and we're going to see what it does. As I get kind of quiet and somber, but understandably, if you know, you know. And we'll try it out on Discord first, and then throw in things like the drums and such. Hopefully, the taper I put in there will be handy. Also, I could be slowing down the speed. Moo? Ah, I put the taper in. Sure did. We've got a lot of gain on this. That's doing some things to the extreme lows that are interesting. Yeah, smoother. Yep. That works. So what does it sound like when we do this? Seems like every step of the way Every step of the way we get a little more mid-range clarity and definition out of whatever it is that this is doing. It's wild that I have not implemented a release speed. This is 100% all attack speed. I haven't even begun to do a release speed. Wild. And yet that type thing, although one thing about it, that type thing means I'm going to need to implement it in such a way that you can see what it is, because it's no longer simply, is it larger than 0.5 or less than? Now we've got 6 options, and that 6 options means gotta make it work. So here's what we're gonna do. Type becomes an indexed value. I can hear my radiators starting to hiss and clank and tinkle away, so that is better than nothing. It's not as good as the wood stove, but it's better than nothing. And as type becomes, the VST version will include the times 5.999, but not this. Come on, there you go, there you go. Min value 0, max value 5. I think it's going to give me a menu, but it perhaps will not. I kind of prefer a slider. I think if I don't set up a menu, it won't try to do a menu. Let's see what it does. And I think that was everything I needed to do. Other than perhaps a makeup gain. Might be handy. Fire that back up, because that is a good, strong overloading the compressor scenario. Zero. Okay. That will do. 0, 1, 2, 3, 5. So it seems like we can just restrict things a little tiny bit. I'm trying to make it throb in time. I'm feeling that. Go between the bypass. pretty much listening to how the swing of the lows go. But I don't want to dive too deep into that, because I'll be just trying to dial in the perfect compressor setting, and that's not really where I'm at right at the moment. However, let's take a moment to check out something else that we're familiar with, i.e. Alien Kittens. It's a classic. I'll let it load up first. This antique computer. You can smush it up pretty good. I need to slow down the speed somewhat. It's going a little bit too fast even at the slowest speed. Needs to be able to go slower than that if I want a proper compressor swinging effect going on. And that, I think, is what I would like to see available to happen. So let's try to make that happen. Down here. Yeah, you can probably hear the radiators kind of hissing there. So what if we increase this number? Or no, not increase, decrease. Decrease. Tenfold. That should get me into a zone where I can make the tempo of the track throb in time. Because in theory, it should be able to do that. The tempo of the track should be able to throb in time with the beat if this is correctly constructed. Which doesn't mean it'll be easy to do, but it should be possible to do. And we can even make it slightly easier to do by increasing the range. That should do it. Yeah, the clinking noises are my radiators. Usually it's the wood stove, so you won't hear that. It's only another half an hour or so before I go and make dinner. It may be an obnoxious noise-making thing while I'm doing a stream, but it will keep me warm at night, so that's the important part. Build. Let's see how we're going. So can I make Alien Kittens throb in time with the track? Or indeed slower. Okay. Pull back the gain so it doesn't do it as hard. Hey, Jonathan. Shooting for something like this. Shooting for the ability oh, look at this. It clicks to different sections. again, crank it up. It's clamping to the maximum amount of gating, or the amount of compressing. Compresses down to silence. And type can still be used for different styles of entering and leaving those sounds. But if we back away from the gain, while it is still doing the correct tempo, it should maintain, apologies for the noise of the radios, it should maintain the rate of throb it's able to produce. Hey Fotis, oh yeah, this is actually proving to be a very productive day in this style. We can compress alien kittens to do this. Where you can kind of hear it pushing, zooping. And type goes from the smallest number, which is the most aggressive and obnoxious form of dynamics, to the largest number, which is the most smooth and legato form of dynamics. So this is the aggressive form. The legato form is like this. Dial it back until it's behaving reasonably again. And compare to bypass. Kick it back in. And we've got that underlying throb going on. And meanwhile, you can now hear just how loud my place is when I have to use the oil heat in the furnace. It's there to keep the plate from freezing if I am not using the wood stove. The wood stove is a late addition. But it sure does produce its steam heat. These are the old style cast iron radiators. I wouldn't be able to record here or mix or do critical work under these circumstances. But usually I can go with the wood stove, which is often quieter. This is only the last half hour of streaming, so what I'll do is I'll finish this stuff up. I am now speculating on what I can see. I'm thinking in terms of console H. So one of the things I have to wonder about is using the controls available. I mean, pretty soon I'm going to be making it available for people to go and get from Yale Tech. That's basically ready to go. But I have also made promises that I would do future versions of console and they would work along with this stuff. So what I wonder is whether I should be going with, like, for instance, 4 controls and they can just live on the sliders. Like I can have a little slider section. So top one would be speed, and then it would be gain, and then there would be type, and then presumably, I don't know, dry wet. Because that is a thing that you could do. You could do a dry wet. I don't really have it tied into, like, this would not actually work for the donuts one. And I'll tell you why. That one would need to have a more traditional behavior, I think, for the tone shaping. That, of course, is just my thought. It's my thought off the top of my head. Doesn't necessarily mean it's true. I can put a simple filter on quite easily. The trick with the donut idea, however, is that the filter needs to be able to do all manner of things. Like, there's no real restriction to what you could tell the filter to be doing. So there's that. Or we could use some of the ratio and attack and release controls existing to assign to, for instance, the overall filters, like the high pass and low pass and stuff. That's a possibility. That would do unexpected things, very possibly. I don't think anybody needs a sample library of my radiator. That said, I'm gratified because now it is beginning to warm the place up from the very chilly state that it's been in all afternoon. So there's that. And I topped up the boiler, so it's not going to boil dry or anything. Should last all the rest of the afternoon and through the night just fine. So there's that. I have not yet tried my ideas around gating this. That's the thing. I wonder whether I might be able to do something along those lines. If I did, that would give me the 4 controls where they could all be assigned to sliders, and then I could just be like, okay, that little box of sliders here, that's now the compression. It's a full range compression, and that's just what it does. Could work. Could work. So let's see what we can make happen. After all, we've got all of these things there to be used. Oops. You know, when the giant snow remover comes through, it's going to be even louder than that, but it's fine. Yeah, I mean, I feel like what I might want to do for the console H thing is just have some of these other controls, like what I've got currently with this. Here, let me... You can't see, never mind. No point really showing that. I've got this stuff here, so for console H, it's going to be BezEQ on these knobs, including this one. I've got something going on there. Or no, these ones, this is a crossfade between BezEQ and what lives on the joysticks. The 2 knobs right next to BezEQ are the filter cutoffs for within BezEQ. So those are variations on Bezier filter deres. And then there's 4 more controls to the side of that, and then the sliders, and then 6 more controls to the side of that. You couldn't really see any of that because it was too far away, but it's the thought that counts. So my thought is, get the compressor working completely, and then with these additional ones, like I've got 4 knobs to the right of the sliders, and then 6 knobs to the left, and those could all be passing the control of what the compressor cutoff is doing, which is working differently for each different type installed in this. And it could be passing each of those to some different kind of filter or some other kind of function, but I haven't really got it thought out yet. I'm just saying that the way that the compression works means I have something that's fluctuating between 1 and 0. And the amount of compression kicking in, or the amount of gain reduction kicking in, could also tweak high passes, low passes. I could make it sweep that stuff quite violently, quite radically. It could manipulate things like the joysticks are going to be like bit crusher controls, and it could be manipulating that as well. There's just a lot of possibilities there. So I'm probably not going to have a problem coming up with that. But here's the thing. I just typed in wet, but I haven't done anything else. What if indeed it was gate? That's the thing I was wondering about. What would gate even mean in this context? I mean, it could mean let's try a thing. Back in the day, I would put things like this in variables so that I could refer to the variable rather than doing the absolute function or whatever twice. But if you're a modern programmer, you learn that the CPUs are able to do many more calculations, but they don't want to have a lot of variables hanging around. So you go fabs input sample L, or you multiply things multiple times rather than storing things in a temporary variable, because the last thing you want is temporary variables. So now we have a gate. What would that do? Tell you what, if we're below the gate, bez sample is automatically 0. Automatically 0. If you're not higher than the gate, it's always going to go for total silence. What would that mean? Or because compression means that it's silencing the maximum output. So rather than making bez sample L be low, we could simply force it to be unreasonably high. And then that would cause the compression to kick in harder. It would be kicking in either if the signal was high or if the signal was so low that it was like, okay, clamp down on that. Let's see what it does. There we go. Oh, did that wrong. Bear with me, I'll get it. Got there. That's the one we are incrementing. So doing that, if the input is too little, we're forcing it into compression. Let's see what this does. Let's see what this does. Might be a big mess, but by gosh, it will be kicking in the compression, won't it? Let's see what we get. Let's better bring back in the drums again. That's something that I know how to interpret. So that should apply to loudness. So gate, if it's less than 1, we have our original sound. So now it squishes, but if we lower the gate, that did not do what I thought. Have I set this up right? I thought it was going to do a thing. Okay, so if input sample L is less than the gate amount, that would imply well, it's going to kick in maximum gating, yes, but we're essentially trying to force it to have this unreasonably large value that will force the end result to be maximum silencing, although it's not really working as a gate, is it? Well, we can try a little harder. Let's try this. So we're doing that, but then also at the very end, because it shouldn't go that high unless we have unreasonable values in there. Need to see folks chatting while I try to do this in the last 10 minutes of stream. I'll get to go and make my dinner quite soon. All right, so if what we get out is a unreasonably high value, well, why then we just silence. Let's see if that works. If it does not work, then we'll try something else. The hope is that we can, and that might not have been the right way of going about it. We'll find out. Wonder what people are up to up there. You probably hear them. People derping around doing something. I know it's not the snow removers. It is not responding. Should be able to make it stop by doing this. This is, after all, a gate control. So I'm missing something. It ain't doing squat. Okay, so what am I missing that it's not doing this? I should be able to set it up in some way where it will gate. I've got a bit of code in there saying make the volume be literal 0. So gate is param D. Param D goes from 0 to 1. So that will be a real thing. I suppose I can check here. No? Should be a real thing. I mean, the hope is to be able to make it interact with the Bezier curve. That would be ideal. I have not got there yet. I'm not quite sure what I'm missing, but I'll figure it out. So if absolute input sample L is less than gate, so that should mean what's being fed into this in L, I guess that's the previous one. Input sample L is what we're working with. Oh, hello. Okay, that's what I'm failing to understand. Look at that. Look at that. So you see what I'm missing? Hey, Pex, David, hey. Working on doing a Bezier compressor with a gate built in. So I say Bez A, Bez sample L equals 1,000 if it's beyond a certain amount. But the thing is that when we start calculating it out and produce the new sample value and then recalculate it, it's reading Fab's input sample L again. So it's never actually going to... Well, hang on. These internal values, Bez AL and BL and so on, would normally be the last. Okay, so hang on. So we're never actually reading this, we're only writing it, but we are sure as hell reading this, aren't we? What if when the gate hits, we just override the part that we are starting to use, which is being passed on through this, and then we're going to continue to put in input sample L. But for the next couple of steps, it will force this to be extremely high, forcing this to be extremely high, forcing this to go, and that might be enough even without that, because that would be the ideal. Yeah, I'm glad to hear things are going okay. We always remember our David Pixley, man. It's nice to know people over a course of years. So that is a change that I just made. that might cause a reaction. Let's see what it does. Yeah, well, I do my level best. I'm doing my best. Now what do we got? Oh, I was moving the wrong thing. Now let's try it. That's a gate. That is a gate and a half. It's such a gate that it's overwhelming gain. Damn. Why is it so strong, though? It's like constantly on. That seems weird. I'm loving that it's able to do something, but that seems wrong. Seeing as I was able to make it work, though, and I am loving how intense that is. That is one intense gate. Wow. We can make it respond a little bit faster, perhaps, by, BL. I can also make it clamp less hard by not having that be 1,000, but I'm going to leave it like that for now. And this goes from 0 to 1. So all the stuff we're doing is way smaller than the gate. So let's start by trying to make this value much smaller than I had expected. I thought it was going to work just fine like that, but no. We'll try 3 or even 4 power factors, and that's going to make all of the numbers way smaller. I gated. Hey! Very cool, Pix. The way that you express that suggests that it is a big improvement. Nice. Ooh, looking to buy a Moog Muse? Impressive. I do have the sub-fatty. I have so far not had to sell it or anything like that. And who knows, maybe it will end up having some kind of use. Let's quickly see if this, in my last 6 minutes of streaming, whether I've got my gate working. I can dial back the amount of gate if we do that. Or indeed, 1,000, maybe I can make it sort of interact. That might be interesting. First things first. Let's see if we can make a gate that acts like it should. We've got drums, which are not very loud, as our test case. If we can gate this properly in an appropriate setting, that'll be helpful. Interesting. So this is the really fast Bezier speed. It's crackling through the gate, but I kind of expected that. That's how fast this is going. And as we slow down, it's kicking in easier. Interesting. Not actually doing a filter on this one. Might find a way of using it later. Okay, so that's interesting. We can kind of make it work, although it's a little crunchy. the slower we slow it down, the more the... Okay, so does this need to be a factor of speed as well? Is that what that is about? Quick hack, see what it does. We don't want gate to just be gate, but if gate is a factor of derez, then perhaps is that gonna... We can at least try it and see what it does. We will straight up use get parameter d, but times derez a. Because we've got that, and that's a tiny number. That is always something, but it is less than 1. Let's see if that... I did not see that coming. I'm not entirely happy with the crunchy tone, but the idea is whether we can get it to do that. I am also wondering whether this needs to be manipulated. We'll quickly have a gander at that, see if that does anything. Because it does seem nice to have a gate on that fourth control. And let's see what we got. Because formerly it would do a crunchy gating at really fast speeds, but then it would immediately take over completely at slow speeds, which is not desirable. It should be working the same way at all different speeds. And let's see if it did. Something's happening. If we have gain, gain does not seems to override it. Yeah, we can't make it work if gain is happening. Yeah, gate still needs to be tiny, but I'm on the right track. Also, this is interesting. So that needs to also have a strong power factor in there. Because I'm way far away from having it be usable. But on the other hand, here's the thing, the way that gate is kicking in, let's play some more. It's almost time for me to go and make dinner, but I'm feeling along the lines of I want to keep playing with this just a little bit more. Let's move this over here. And we're going to make it so that it can leave its values alone unless they need to be changed. And we'll put this back to the A. And then maximum of that, or and then let's dial that back to 100. And that means if the gate is lower, and we still haven't even put the power factor on there, but we might as well do that now. Not as strong of a one. What that's going to do is it'll be able to gate, but if it's gating, it will either start bumping up the compression levels. Do I have the silence stuff in there? No, I've commented it out. Damn. This will work by default without any override, because we're simply forcing the compression to its highest possible values, or not. Let's find out whether that even worked and did the thing. And that means that the gating also follows the Bezier curve behaviors. And that's what's causing it to act a little funny. What do we got? We should be able to gate this. It should gate. Okay, we can dial it back even more, but that worked. I have an idea or two. Here's one. Let's increase that. Let's decrease that because it's so powerful. And then let's double this up even more. We're going to force every single thing in here to be done like this. And that's going to force it to maybe be less buttery. I'll find it out. Fotis remembers the old memes. Let's see what we got. That should have smoothed out its behavior maybe a little bit. And you also need to be able to swing it in rather than having it take effect so quickly. You need to be able to crank it up a lot. It's being cleaner. It's definitely a little crackly. It's definitely a little crackly. Yep. Well, thank you, David. But you are definitely the primary memester of ULaw. ULaw became your running gag, and we've all taken it ever since. Without you, ULaw wouldn't be as much of a gag. Interesting. Makeup gain on gain? Well, before we do that, let's try it. And I should go and make dinner. I'm running a little bit late, but this is exciting. And I don't have to be done today. I can get back to this. I don't have to drop it this weekend. In fact, we're definitely not dropping it this weekend. Discord. Start over. That's kind of what I would expect from this. This is a gate designed to work with the speed of the Bezier curves. So it does this. And that's slowing the attack. In fact, oh yeah, come to think of it, David, another thing that you will enjoy is the EQ that I made out of Bezier curves, BezEQ. That can be quite sound destructive. In fact, we've got a you'll probably like LR Convolve. Here's what the gate like. The gate sounds coming in. Okay, interesting. You sneak it in and it starts doing these dropouts, but it's doing it cleanly, which is what I hoped. I think we got something. I think this is going to end up working out okay. Listen to the way that hits. I'm tempted to do a little makeup gain. So here's our initial sound, and then BezEComp is able to turn it into this. It throws a little silence in there. Actually, no, the silence belonged there. So, yep, getting more of a gatey sound there. Although the amount, I still have too much gate on tap. Like, I'm not sure if I need to have it be able to gate this much. Here's the thing. When you kick in the gate in this way and make it act strongly, the shape of the dynamic changes is still following a Bezier curve. So if it flutters in that way, it's doing it on a curve, so it's not producing as much aliasing as you might if you were just chopping it in and out. And pulling gain back definitely affects it, and I don't know why. Why would that be changing it? Oh, is it because it's the amount that it's having an effect on? Huh. Well, there's that. I don't know another way of doing that, though. However, I could multiply it by gain. Or divide it by gain. I definitely would like it to react independently to those things. Right now, if I turn gain up, gate becomes more effective. If I turn it down, but don't I have that also as a control? Best gain is literally right here. So turning that up causes it to mute more, but it's also causing well, I could try rather than dividing by this, I could try multiplying this by best gain. Let's see what happens then. After all, if it needs to be reduced by this much, then surely I can just add this much and see what that gets me. If this works, I'm going to go and have dinner. I'm running late. And that's fine. That's fine. Although I'm eagerly awaiting the furnace to fire up again and cause those radiators to get noisy, because I would enjoy it being warmer. But that's a whole other story. Okay, so produced that. Now what have we got? We're going to fool with our noisy loud thing and see what that gets us. It might work. It's kind of like it's working. That's just gain. That's just the compression. Huh. Seems to need to add this much in order to do it. Ah, at full crank, that's kind of striking. Crunchy. Grimy. Now, what was the final idea? Tiny amount of makeup gain, maybe? Okay, so best gain, that actually goes up to a very large amount. And it goes down to 0, so I can't simply square root it. On the other hand, that taper is probably okay. So I could just do 1 plus that divided by something, so we give it a try, perhaps. And actually, you know what? All those things are still there. So we can just use that. Oh, hang on. And that was not the correct thing at all, was it? Or was it? No. Don't need to multiply that by anything. I'll divide it instead. Trim divided by... Trim needs to be larger than 0, but I can arrange for that. Is that enough parens? No. Boop. There. So that can't actually be 0, but it can be so small as to make no difference whatsoever. 1 plus that. So, oops. Well, what in the world is that about? Oh, I forgot. We're not doing that. We are working on some interesting stuff. There is at least that. So this is moving in an amusing direction. It's not going to come out right away, but I'm still basically happy with where this is going. Clearly so happy that I can't let it go. Now let's see what we got. So that would be full compensation. And sure enough, it's making it be much louder. No, that is boosting it more. Have I got it divided by that by mistake? Yeah, it's supposed to be multiplied, not divided. What am I doing? It's been too long since I drank my coffee. I should go and make dinner. But this is the final change that will make me be able to dial this number in and get it right. Let's see what it needs in order to get it right. Oh, and if it's multiplied by that, it does not need that, does it? Let's see where we are. If that works, I will do the drums, and if that works, I will go and make dinner. I really should. Getting caught in the running around like a madman doing this stuff. Makeup gain. Doesn't take much. Yeah, we're distorting a little bit though. Yeah, see, we're going super distort, but okay, here's some fun. Okay, so if we have it going totally crazy like this, so here's our new makeup gain conditions. Seems like it jumps up just about as loud as you could ask, though. No gating. Highest speed. Okay, I didn't expect that. Oh, is it? I'm using the wrong one. It looks like with this one, I can't actually use makeup gain. I wasn't thinking of including a clipper in this necessarily, which is not to say I couldn't, but this is to be part of something else. And does not feel as if this is actually going to the place of... Well, let's try it in some other things too, though. Try it on the drums. Those drums are not peaking out super hot. Oh yeah, it very quickly gives me a lot of boost. Yeah, this is just straight up adding more gain that's extremely hard to control. And if it's a different speed, so if I take that makeup gain out, not much of a difference really. Yeah, this is an interesting beast. I think I can make something out of this. And it's actually past 5:30, so I'm going to leave it at that. Considering swapping the locations of type and gate, and that's going to take a little more than I was really bargaining for. And of course you don't have to have the gate going. You know what? We're going to call it a day. Oh, Miguel, thank you. Thank you for caring. And I might have gotten started a little bit past noon and had to do it in a cold room on not one of my better weeks. But honestly, this is going somewhere. I think this is the thing that gets to go into console H. I feel like that's going to make stuff possible, that there will be things that we can do with that that will produce novel sounds in lots of interesting ways. So with that, I will say goodnight, and I will go off and I will make my dinner. And if it's dinner time for you, you do likewise. Talk to you later. Bye-bye.